Hello, Soundtrack by Twitch. Yeah, I mean, apparently the new feature in Soundtrack by Twitch is that it plays your song up to here and then stops. 30 seconds. That's all we get, right? I mean, really, whoever wanted to hear more than 30 seconds of a song? See? This is the new way that software is. It's great. Let's try restarting Soundtrack by Twitch. How do I even... You can't ever exit the program. Wait, it's still there? It's still in the... Or is that a burn-in on my monitor? Let's try again. We're restarting. All right, so part of what I'm going to do today is respond to a specific bug report filed by someone on the team actually a long time ago. And it's just taken a long time to be able to work on this. And then we're going to see where we go from there. If we don't even finish this bug report, then that's what it was. But if we do, we'll move on to other animation things. Okay, so we've got a thing loaded and compiling. Okay. Actually, we have two that we could address today. Okay, so let's see if this happens here or just with this other character. So see how he's popping? That's like not good. We want to figure out why that's happening. If I just go, oh, there we go. I want to figure out why the pop. So he didn't pop there. So I'll have him go right again. That was a very small pop, but there was one. Have him go left again. There was a very small pop there. Have him go right again. No visible pop. Left. This might be something where playing it back at a slow rate is like preventing the problem from happening. Which, like, that by itself is weird. Oh, you know what? I bet it's related to player speed. I bet I have to buffer up a lot of keys. Right, left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right, left. That cranks the player speed up. Doesn't seem to really... There's like some small jitters in there, which I don't know what they are, but... it like goes through some other state in the middle that might be causing that hitch. Like, it was not that hard to make him pop at full speed. Like, see, that's very obvious. That's at half speed even. See, now it's not doing it. Does it really only happen clockwise? It seems like it does only happen clockwise. That's pretty fucking weird. Wouldn't it still lerp to an intermediate state? Well, it's supposed to, right? So there's a few different problems here, which is kind of why I dread looking at it, but you got to do it sometime, right? So one of the problems is, why is it popping at all? It never really should do that, except maybe in an extreme emergency, but I don't even think that there's any kind of case like that. So that's problem number one. Number two is what's going wrong that's getting it in the position to pop. And I think I want to answer why is it popping first, because if we fix the things that get us into a place, like say there's something in the animation system. So for example, when we blend from one animation into another, we do matching based on foot position to determine, what should happen there. When that happens, and the target animation, well, even the source animation, but especially the target animation, like if they're supposed to control turning, that's supposed to engage and disengage this thing where we add up the amount of angle turned every frame, right? So like if we skip over part of the animation, is that causing us to skip over part of the angle that's supposed to be added in and not account for it, right? Even if we did that, it's supposed to smoothly recover at the end, and it's not doing that either. But if we somehow fix all the angles so that there's nothing to recover from for now, then we may leave this recovery bug in there that later on mysteriously appears and causes problems. It really only seems to have to do with going 180. Is it just this character? No. The bug report was on a different character. I was just seeing if it happened on this character. Let's go to skipping stones because it might happen more there. I mean, this is going to have a slow frame rate in debug. Actually, it's not that bad. Oh, yeah, it's pretty bad. But see, she's like popping a lot. Well, it's hard to tell. Let's put her on... Did I have a character test? Yeah. Okay, so she's already there. Gonna get rid of literally everyone. Whoops. So it might just have to do with... I mean, she looks very jerky. So it may just be a problem with low frame rate as well. Like what I could do is I could put in a dummy sleep into the frame counter that I could toggle with a variable, right? And I mean, this looks really bad. So that could look like a jerk at So like, I think I want to add some animation HUD stuff to show like what's happening. I mean, we already have some, right? But like maybe we can figure out how to visualize it better. So maybe I slow it down like this, but then also make it really framey and see if that helps or something. There is a little hitch there at the end of the turn, but he's talking about bigger hitches even than that. So I think we just want to start just adding tools to diagnose this kind of a thing. Look back at the bug report for a second. See, I am not seeing the actual thing that the animator is talking about here. I mean, it's hard to tell if there. Let's run a release build. Hard to tell if there's a problem there. Can I record a test as a replay? I mean, the way the test system goes into the input right now does not even really necessarily exactly work the same as player input, so I'd rather not do that unless we have to. It's just a separate system that's not intended for this kind of purpose. I mean, maybe there was a little bit of a pop there. I really don't see anything though, yeah. Oh, there I do. That's so weird. And now it stopped. She's going counterclockwise right now. See this? She's not really popping. She's popping a little bit going clockwise, I guess, maybe. It's just interpolating really fast, maybe. Did you see that really fast angle there? That was definitely a hitch, though. Actually, we don't want transaction log. We want animation log. I know I put in an animation log. I want to see what that is that's playing. Did it play the same animation twice and blend? I guess it did. I don't know. Usually I like to observe very carefully to give me information before I go in and just do a bunch of debugging stuff, but I'm not. See, here we're seeing what look like big pops. Except not always. So, it looks like it's blending the same animation to itself when that happens. Which is kind of weird. The UI bottom row popping is not helping. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Although it is helping a little bit because maybe you could see both of the pops happening at the same time. So it's weird. Okay, so first of all, there appear to be pops that are intermittent. They don't always happen. if I could observe something about what's different when they do happen versus don't happen. So that time, it looked like it was popping every time, and it was blending the animation into itself every time, right? Can we get some that don't pop? Yeah, when it doesn't pop. Yeah, okay. When it doesn't pop, it's doing... Okay, so here's the deal. It's playing the 180 into forward, supposedly, right? So if I just stand here and walk, I do a 180 and then a forward. See, it's weird. It like doesn't pop always. There are several things that could cause popping like this, right? So there's the actual rotation of the entity, which again, some control for that gets handed off to the animation system. It could be something else related to like the actual skeletal blending, right? If there's a root node or some node near the root node that is not being interpolated smoothly by the system for some reason, that would cause the entire character to appear to pop in such a way. Or if there's a transition that's going really fast, right, it could look like a pop. And I'm not sure which of these to investigate first. I do not want to waste my time doing a bunch of stuff. That said, if I do a bunch of debugging stuff, like put some HUD stuff in, like showing the direction that the character points, that's at least information that we could use for other things, if not this, right? Maybe I'll just do that. It's pretty weird that we blend from idle into idle as well. That's not a thing. Okay. Oh, that was a big snap at the end there. That's actually what this bug report was about too. So why does it ever snap? Ever. I feel like it's got something to do with the controls turning and the turning accumulator. So we could draw these things, like we could draw on the HUD the direction that the player is turning gameplay wise, right? And then the direction that that's the cosmetic direction, which is what varies smoothly around the circle. And then we could change the way that that's being drawn a little bit based on like what mode it's in. Like if it's actively currently getting that angle from the animation, right? Or what? Now the thing is that might not, that might tell us something and it might not, right? It might just like, oh, it just snaps right in the middle of that and there's no obvious correlation between what the HUD is showing and what happens. How do I... Is there like a good classical station? Do I have a debug option to dump all the frames? It would be very slow. We did something like that on the Witness and it wasn't great. Like screenshotting a frame buffer is I mean, if we worked on it, we could get it to go a lot faster. But it would slow down the game and throw off what's happening. That said, again, clearly we need some kind of investment here. Okay. Let me warm up some tea. Are there any questions about what I've been talking about from other people too? Otherwise, we'll just get going and we'll start trying to draw stuff. I guess one question is, does stuff end up in this turning accumulator? Like let's look at this as well. So this like adds to the accumulator and then movement visuals. Turning accumulator. So we say theta current plus equals the sign. So mirrored is not going to change. So we add and then we wrap, but you know, wrapping hopefully shouldn't mess things up. And then we set it to 0. So I actually wonder if this is bad to do out here, because I don't know. All right. No questions? No questions? I'm going to warm up the tea liquid. Let's do an interactive tea flavor vote because I was up gaming late last night, and so I am not at 100%. Let's see. We're going to put up the tea options. Manage poll. Which tea? Lemon, drop, black. You know, Okay, we're going to use the entire dynamic range of 5 options that y'all have to choose from. Yeah, so at first glance, I was hoping that I would see something there that obviously is wrong. The only thing that I see in this code that's a little bit weird is, you know, if there's something in the accumulator but controls turning is not set, then we won't add it, but we'll zero it. Now, I'm not sure that that ever should happen, but I guess, like, what if we switch animations? Like, maybe we should just copy out from the accumulator every frame no matter what. That could be. Like, this whole thing should just say, if turning accumulator, blah, right? And this is the part that that does the programmatic interpolation, right? So if we have nothing in the accumulator, we then do this. So instead we could say, always add whatever's in the accumulator, and then, by the way, if it doesn't control turning, then we're doing this. So let's see what this is, the general turning degrees per second. (600), right? So that's less than 2 complete circles per second. So in one frame, at 60 frames per second, that's 10 degrees. Which could look like a pop, honestly. Let me start making a list of the potential problems. Where? I've got so many windows up. Okay, you must vote. There's not much time. Not much time left to vote. I guess I can close the Twitch soundtrack window. Right? Like this. Yeah, okay, it's gone. All right. I'm going to view the results. It's a tie. We've never had a tie in the T selection. We're going to resort to coin flip to decide the tie. We have a Susan B. Anthony dollar with an American Eagle on back on this historic day. And heads is going to be Singapore breakfast. Tails is hot cinnamon spice. It's hot cinnamon spice. All right. The eagle has chosen. You misclicked. If it ties, I must blend. I mean, that's actually a better idea. That's a more creative idea. I think we're going to do that. It could be gross. Let me set up a blend. Okay, well, that is an interesting dynamic about running a sub-only stream that I had not considered, which is a smaller number of viewers means we can have a tie in the T-pole with higher probability, which is interesting. All these flavors are going back. Going back. I feel like the cinnamon will overwhelm. That is the thought that I had as well. We'll see. Okay. Nobody wanted Moroccan mint black tea. That's kind of nuts. Well, I don't know if that's nuts. It's just, I didn't expect anything to get 0. Okay. Yeah, this looks a little bit sus to me, but we are going to do some HUD stuff. There's also, okay, there's a question of what to draw on the HUD, okay? The lazy thing to draw on the HUD is every frame, you just draw the arrow pointing in the direction like I was saying. And if you have, change the color or the size or something based on this control's turning, right? Okay. The thing that's lazy about that is, this update theta, I don't actually know when in the frame this happens relative to animations switching, right? That actually could be what's going on, by the way. Is maybe the animation updates before this. And on frames, when it switches animation, from something that controls turning to something that doesn't, maybe the switch happens first. Maybe we eval, like, maybe we eval the old animation, right? And then run any animation switches. Evaling the old animation would add to the turning accumulator. And then switching animation to another one would turn off controls turning. And then if we get here after all that, it's like there's some accumulator, right? Maybe I'm just going to try, I'm going to try reporting here. Shrot. Something like that. I don't remember the name of the variable. Trailing width. I remember. Oh. Yes, we got to put the value. We want to see some UI stuff. Yeah. Well, we'll probably end up... I don't think this is really going to tell me. Like, that code is not popping off, but I saw it right there, for example. Okay, well, that's interesting. In that didn't put up any messages at all. All right. Let's see how this is. Ah! The strainer fell in. Terrible. Okay. It's actually... It's kind of interesting. I don't think I like it quite as much as either one solo. We might put some milk in here. We might not do that because the milk is expired and I don't do expired milk, so rip. We're going to have to get another milk. Okay, so this doesn't appear to be happening. Which actually doesn't surprise me because like that wouldn't really cause discontinuous motion. It would just cause like underturning, and then this continuous part would take over, right? Okay, so how many degrees would look like a pop? Okay. I put a new line, that's not good. Okay, so the accumulator values are quite high, actually. So that's like, those are per frame numbers. Wait, if we're running at about 60 and it's 20 degrees per frame, that's 4 cycles per second. That's a plausible rate. So these numbers are higher because, you know, when I hammer on the things, the player speed kicks in. Okay, let's triple, or say greater than 25. See if we can catch that happening. Dude, I gotta frickin' set it up. All right. So when we speed it, this is quarter speed, right? So it looks like it's popping as much as ever, but not due to this, maybe. Like those are all in a seemingly reasonable range. So this doesn't look like it's the cause of anything, really. Oh well, I have to quit the game industry. I don't know the answer. I don't know the answer. Now this need to fix animation frame lag note, I think I know what that's about. I think I remember. And could that cause a problem? Probably. Let's investigate. We're supposed to be working on quality anyway, so... Oh, there is no other note for that. GG's. Let's see where this happens. Oh, it could be this snap if necessary, which I completely forgot about. Although that's also supposed to smoothly rotate things. That's like when your transaction is over. Could take a look at that and see if that changes the result at all. I'm not completely sure if it's really fast movement or not. It doesn't look like really fast movement to me. It looks like legit popping. But we do know that this character does have some fast movement. There's a smaller jitter at the end of every turn, but that could be in the animation or something. Okay, this didn't seem to change anything. This actually, So you don't see any popping happening, is what you're saying? I don't see what was in the bug report, but I do see things that I'm not happy with. Like, I'll show you the bug report here. Like, she pops quite a bit at the end of a back and forth in the bug report. And so this brings the frame rate thing into question. Maybe... the bug report looks like something different. I don't know. This is tweaky. It's difficult. Let me go back to my higher frame rate. Why am I... Too many windows, everybody. Please stay closed. It just doesn't. It's just always... There's no way to get it not to be there. You only see it with that character. Well, I mean, I think what's going on is I see a few different things, and whether they're different per character or some other variable like per level, it's hard to say. Like, you guys see that popping, right? I mean, come on. You gotta be seeing that. Which could just be this very fast motion, right? That's why I don't know. I don't know what's going on here. Can see it in the arm swing. You know, there's another thing we can do. We have an animation tool in the editor that I haven't played with much because it's relatively new. Also, we could zoom the camera way in. Like, see, there's that halting rotation that happens, but I feel like that's in the animation. Which is part of what's confusing. Could that be a duplicated frame? I mean, yeah, maybe. It doesn't really look like it's going backwards. I don't know. All right. Let's try some stuff here. So, animation panel. Let's turn off the highlight. It's called wireframe. Select. I know there's a thing for this. Dang it. Okay, we're getting just a little bit of a fade, see? It's just kind of in there. Highlight is different. Highlight is an adjective. Come on, man. All right. Anyway, So the animation that we had is running turn 180, right from left 01. Right. Yeah, so the move turn 180 right from left 01. Is this animation. It does not appear to have any duplicate frames. In fact, the frames are pretty far apart. That implies there's a bug sampling the frickin' frames. Or something. There's a bug. See, here it looks clean. It looks totally clean. So it's not a bug in the core like interpolator. Let me put see, now I don't see that particular hitch. There it was. It's like it goes backwards even. Except I didn't see it there at all. Right there, though. Let's just focus on one thing at a time, right? I want to know what is happening there. And it looks to me like I think I just want to log every frame what is going into the entity. Like right there, we definitely had it backwards. Does it happen at the same time every time? I feel like maybe the answer is no. That was like around 0.2 something. That was around 0.15 something. That was around 0.15 something. No, maybe it is the same time every time. Or roughly. Yeah. No, it goes backwards around the same time. It's around 0.15. Yeah. Okay, if I'm looking here, .13, 0.16. So it's like between these frames. Question is, does this have anything to do with the actual animation? Or is it just that something is happening on the entity at about the same time? Right, so if I go... I guess this snaps it to a frame. So this, in pause mode, we don't do the interpolation here, I guess. No, that should be the same animation. Move turn 180 right from left 01. Oh no. It's active idle to move 180. Okay, hold on. Let's see. We're turning. Yeah. Active idle to move 180 left 01. Okay, hold on. Active idle to move 180 left 01. I imagine, like, this is just... Okay, so definitely the frame data doesn't have any problems. Let's try playing it. Yeah, see, this is totally smooth. Totally smooth. Which means that the problem isn't in the core animation playback, thankfully. It's, could this be a rounding issue? No, I doubt it. It's something about how, so the thing you have to realize is there's a whole layer of like the entity pulling information off the animation and putting it into the entity that's not happening here in the editor, right? And it's that is probably hosed. The question is, why is it hosed? So what I want to do is I want to just log, right? Because we know what to look for. We know something weird is happening around 0.15-ish. And we can just log. And the funny thing is, like, around that time, it's not even like we're switching from one animation to another or anything like that. We're just inside the same animation. I mean, I guess we could see real fast, like, is it like the transaction changes? Around 0.15? I don't think so. Oh, it does. Oh, wait. See that? Okay, look. We're going to slow it down even more when we get around 0.15. 0.15 is when that transaction line in the top turns from yellow to green. Watch. 12, 13, 14. I mean, I didn't really see a pop that time, but like, that's when that happens. And that's a fucking clue. In fact, I almost guarantee I know what it is. Does it ever switch to a different base time? I don't think so. No, I think this is just something more simple, like in the transaction commit, we probably set the visual, we probably set theta current, which I could easily see myself adding code to do that one day, because I'm just not thinking about it. Like, well, okay, when we teleport, that's fine. Okay, or when you're a rock and you're skipping and we're doing procedural controlled animation. So update theta current is that procedure we were looking at. That is legit, right? That is this thing right here that we were looking at. What we want to do is make sure there's no other setting of that. Oh, that's support move. Teleport. Let's see if we do it in this file. This is all legit. That's too much of a coincidence, though. Too much of a coincidence. It could be something like we call it twice or something. Let me look at this in move transaction. Like if this kicked in, we might update it in extra time, but that wouldn't really look like going backwards. But like I feel like there might be some opportunity for this to happen like right in the middle. We're going to get some seaweed power to help us with the thought process. Yum, yum. Here's what I want to do. I want to break in the transaction commit for the character, and then just set a data breakpoint on the theta current. And just see if I'm missing something. What is this thing doing? There we go. Okay, so I got to get the pointer to do a data breakpoint. So we're going to go to movement visuals. Okay, and then do guy controller. Okay, so now we're going to say theta target. Undoable data. I never remember because, okay, there we go. So, look at them addresses. We got really unlucky. All right. Data breakpoint. OX 269EOE9037C. And let's make sure that data breakpoint is correct by just running and seeing where it changes. Oh. It's not correct because I got the wrong variable. I meant theta current. Because theta current is what we draw every frame. It's just like right off theta current. All right. It's same thing, but with 7.8 instead of 7C. Okay. That didn't work either. Oh, because it's not enabled. There we go. We're in wrap theta current, which is the right place. There again, there again, there again. Okay. $15. Okay, there is where we ended. So anyway, so 2 degrees, accumulator, 2, 35, 35, 35, 35, 19, 15, and then we stop. Okay, that seems roughly plausible. So now, instead of breaking there all the time, I want to go commit transaction or something. Let's put these files next to each other. Physically moved or equals dot physic. Okay, commit transaction. So I want to first just get the game going and do what we were doing with it, like right, left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right, left. Okay, let's just make sure we still observe the 0.15 hitch. Shit, dude. I need to make these camera controls better. Yeah, we do. Okay, so when we hit commit, okay, actually after we start, no, okay. When we, what are we doing off by a line? I hate this so much, dude. All right. This is going to be impossible to debug now because we're off by a line. Because there's a control M in the file. Computers are such a failure, dude. I don't... All right. We'll try anyway. So here we go. Okay. We are here. The turning accumulator is small, which you'd expect it to be because time is really slow. I don't know if it's Emacs or if it's Visual Studio. I don't know who's putting the Control M in there. It is a mystery to me. I guess it's probably Emacs. That would be my guess, but I don't actually know. And I don't know when it happens. The only time I ever realized it happened is like this happens, and then I'm like, WTF. Now, that said, why a Control M confuses Visual Studio, I don't know. Like, hey, maybe it counts it as its own line, or maybe it doesn't, but be consistent about it. But like, the debug breakpoints don't count it as a line, and the visual editor like does, or vice versa or something. It's just such a garbage. And it's not just, you know, this programming language. It happens to me in C++ as well. So it's like, is Control M \R? I don't remember which one. I thought \R was 10 and \N was 15, but maybe that's backwards, or 13. Maybe that's backwards. Control M gets you in DevOps too. What does that even mean? Okay. So this doesn't look like it's doing anything unexpected. I wish that I could log. I wish that I could set up a data breakpoint and log every location that assigned that variable, right? Just to make sure that it's always here. Because we can keep doing this, but, you know, I mean, I guess we can keep doing this till the turn is done. Or till we drop down here. It went about 4 degrees per time. So we didn't see anything weird there. Okay, this is interesting. Let's see if we can tell when the pop happens. Because this is the first time that we start doing the turning, and it's around 0.13. That went backwards. Let me get rid of the data breakpoint because it's confusing me. That went backwards. Did you see that? It went backwards again. Okay, steppy mode here is good. Getter setters, no. We would not do it with getter setters. That is not the way. Okay, so step turns the wrong way. Step turns the wrong way again. Turns the right way. Right, 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 right. Let's just see if that's consistent. Theta sign, I don't think changes. The only thing that's going to change that is mirrors. I'm pretty confident that that's not the problem. We could print it out, but... Okay, so let's just look here. So our angle change should be positive. The turning accumulator is 0.021, and theta current is basically 0. So we should be adding to the angle, which should rotate it counterclockwise. It did. Okay. Now it's 4. Wait, what? Okay, this could be an off by 1 frame kind of scenario. Oh shit. I just hit undo accidentally. Okay, here's what I think is going on. I think it's an out of order kind of scenario. Because what's happening is, I believe if we go look at the animation code, is we're actually removing the rotation from the root bone and using that to set this accumulator, right? So anytime that we draw, we have to use the current accumulator. If we do it in the opposite order, like if we update animation after this, then you could have a situation where, okay, you added, like if the accumulator is increasing, you add a small value, and then you evaluate the animation. The animation has a higher value. It zeroes that out. But doesn't yet put it in until the next frame. Like, this is weird because now we're not seeing it all of a sudden. But I think it's something like this. I think it's like we do the transaction stuff before the animations. That's why that note is still there. So we do the transaction stuff. We're essentially grabbing the accumulator from last frame. And that's bad. Although why doesn't it look bad now? I don't know. It's weird that at certain speeds the bug doesn't manifest. Yeah, well, so the theory is you need to hit like certain magnitudes of values for the off by one frame to really look bad. It's weird that we're not seeing it at all now, though. Like maybe the slow rate makes it happen a lot less often. Yeah, see, you saw it there. Okay, so let me think about this. Okay, no, let's verify that this is the order in which things happen. I think I have a frame index somewhere, right? Okay, in main, we have a frame index in the outer loop, right? So if I break here in movement visuals, here we could say frame index 32160. All right, so 161, 162, 163. So we're coming here once every frame, which is good. Now, This is the transaction system updating the angle. Now the animation system updating the animation player is in Simulate. Is here. All right, so 32165, 32165. Oh, this is actually the right order. There goes that theory. It sounded good. The accumulator gets reset right here. Yeah, we're calling this code. We're setting it to 0. Actually, this is a little weird. This if statement is not right. I don't think that's the problem, but now that I read the code and look at this if statement, we don't even want that. Like, I don't think that's going to fix anything, but like, that's a remnant of a more civilized age, honestly. What could be happening is maybe there's a frame where we don't do this. Or something. Oh wait, let's get rid of the Control M while we're at it. Welcome to all the people who are subbing, by the way. Thanks for joining this relatively mellow and quiet substream. Okay, so the thing is, like, that's not even the bigger pop, really. Like, that bigger pop looks like a pop. Yeah, I don't know. Like, it's definitely there. It's just real subtle sometimes. That was a bigger one. That was a big one too. So the if statement that I changed right now did not have an impact on this. I mean, we could quite tediously go through and we could log at a faster frame rate or something, but so you can see the snap right there in the arm, like someone was saying. It's easier when she's rotating the other way. Here. So we can make sure there isn't like a frame hole in there. So wait, the right from left. Okay. So there's just, okay, regardless of the snapping, there's also just a difference here that like when we're doing the 180s blending into each other, it's not a good blend and it's too short. All right. But when we do 180 left from right and 180 right from left, it's fine. But when we do idle to move 180, it's not fine. Okay, I'm gonna send this back to the animator as well, because this is just progress as well. I'm going to say I am working on this right now, but there is some stuff I am observing that looks like content problems also that is making it hard to see clearly what is going on in order to debug other stuff, and that we want to fix for the game anyway. Right now I have Sailor on a plain simple level that runs at a high frame rate. so I can see what's going on. And it seems like when I spam left, right, as suggested below, she gets into one of two different animation loops, and one of them looks correct, the other looks bad. The one that looks correct is when she keeps playing the 180 left from right animations. It happens about half the time. But the other half of the time, she is playing idle to move 180. She's playing or idle to move 180 right, and then at the next turn blends into another idle to move 180 left, right. The transition, these animations don't match up well in terms of arm and body position, and the transition time is really short, so it looks really messed up. So after I send this, I'm going to change characters and see if we see the same kind of pop with other characters. So it looks really messed up. And at slower frame rates could look like a pop. I don't think it is the same pop. You show in the video below. I can't get that one to happen right now, but I do see a few other smaller pops, so I am investigating those to see what is going on. Maybe the thing to do is to just make sure if we're in idle to move 180, we don't go back to it and instead use the move 180 left, etc. Okay. So that is some progress that has happened no matter what. Let's... Oh, I can't see my highlights. Okay. We're going to do this guy. See, that frickin' popped right there. Oh my God. So bad. WTF. And then this one looks fine. Mostly, except for the small pop. Yeah, same thing. This has the same problem as the other character. When it's in idle to move 180, that's really messed up. Now, what might have been happening there too is we might have been loading new animations, which is one reason that looks so bad the first time, because we hitch a lot when we do that right now. And for real final game, you would have the animations preloaded. That was a pretty bad hitch. This could also just be from getting the DT from the frame rate. Like, that's a whole thing. Probably not, though. Like, do you see that? The hand stuttering there? I don't know how well this comes through on Twitch compression, but like, I definitely see stutters here. Like, that hand is jittering all over the place. That could be mathematical error, honestly. So that could be like yet a different problem. So, I mean, what I could do is put a system in the game that like logs everything about what was rendered for a dude and like lets me step through it, right? The peril about that, like it could have like, here's the character's at frame X, right? Here's the character's angle, and here's the character's what animation pose they were in. Here's the exact matrices, right? So we're going to use these. The peril with that is like actually reproducing what the game was doing. Like, what if I mess up? I guess you can record it exactly at draw time. Or something. So that you don't have an out of order problem. Change the speed up and down constantly for a couple seconds. Oh. See, this is doing that 180 thing, but then there's the big jerk of interpolating really fast, but then there's these smaller pops that are happening. See those? Like those smaller pops that are happening when there's only that animation playing. And they're very consistent about when they happen. Another possibility could be forgot what I was going to say, because then I thought 7 other things right after that. Possibility could be that when we extract the angle from the animation itself, maybe we're doing something wrong there. But I don't remember seeing any tremendous discontinuities. I want to see if it happens about the green from yellow time. Maybe not. Now he doesn't look as jittery. This is, in theory, just the raw animation. So the thing down at the bottom where it says state active, or state active to walking 180, right? And then under that is the animations that are currently playing and being blended. And when these pops are happening, the small pops, not the big fast interpolation, there's only one animation playing. So in theory, we're playing back only that animation data. Now, that said, we are interpolating the animation data, right? So one thing I could do, I could try turning off the interpolation and just giving us the raw data. And then if there's an off by 1 error, it'll be really obvious, right? So it'll get really framey, but okay, let's try this. I probably have so disable lerps. All right. Yeah, it looks very framey now, right? All right. Okay, yes, there's definitely an off by 1 frame error. Look at that shit. Like when he's turning. See that? It should look framey but solid, right? But instead it's framey but like with a glitch. See that shit? So it should be perfect here, but it isn't. And the fact that that's our major breakthrough right here. The fact that it isn't perfect right here means that the values are being added wrong, and so rates of change in the values will result in bad things. Okay, this is major. This is so major, I'm going to celebrate by having another tea. Someone comes on and says, Mr. Streamer, why is the frame rate so low? Okay, it's a mystery to me. It's a mystery to me why this is a frame off. There are several potential problems. So not only is an angle getting extracted from the animation data, that could be gotten backwards by mistake. I don't think so, but that could have happened. Like it could be doing that in the wrong order. Or maybe the time that turns. So when we render the guy, we actually render him with a quaternion that's generated from the gameplay angle. If that happens in the wrong order, then something like this would happen. Because like we'd be updating the angle, but the quaternion would be wrong, right? For 1 frame exactly. Okay. I'm going to warm up some water. Any questions about this besides Mr. Streamer? Why is the frame rate so low? Video game programming is pretty cool sometimes. Like you can just do this and investigate the thing and whatever. It's just I have so much work to do, man. Oh my gosh. Oh, those tiny bird particles. No, I think they're water particles that are ending up above, because I think there's water flow. There's like water flow under the island, and we generate particles there for the water flow. So they're just coming through the thing. Could I explain what the accumulator is doing? Yes. So in this game generally, right, gameplay objects have an angle between 0 and 360 about what way they're facing, right? And so for characters, originally, you know, and when stuff happens and we're trying to just correct the character's turning and stuff, we set, there's two angles, right? There's like the gameplay angle, which is always a multiple of 90 degrees because you have to face down an axis in this game, right? And then there's a visual angle that like interpolates toward that, right? And that's all that we had in the beginning was that. And so you would start walking some way and then the angle would go. Now that's not very good for animation, right? Because you've just got this linear interpolation happening all the time. It's hard to like style things and make things feel like they're moving. So we added a thing where animations can take over control of turning, right? And so instead of doing this automatic interpolation toward the target angle, what happens is we look at the rotation of the root bone, we turn that into an angle projected on the XY plane, right? And take the, you know, the difference between that one and the previous one and say this is how much the character turned this frame so that it can be data driven, right? It's not an uncommon thing. Like a lot of animation systems do that. What do I mean by gameplay angle? I mean where the character is facing. So right now the character is facing along the x-axis, right? I don't mean where the camera is. I mean where the character is. Okay, congratulations, everyone. This is very big breakthrough. Very big breakthrough. The question is, does it look like there's a similar problem for position? I guess we don't update position that way, so no. It's only turning. Okay, so let's just look here. We'll no check in this. In simulate, So this changes the theta, but it doesn't change the quaternion or anything, right? This is like some, oh yeah, that's gem stuff. We got rid of synthetic gems. We need to clean that up. Fuck. Yeah, we do update orientation. So if update orientation is called first, we're going to do this same trick where we just check the frame index. Right? And make sure things happen in the right order. So here, okay, update animation cosmetic, that's one of the places. We're in frame 1. And now we want update, what's it called? Orientation. And, okay, when do we get here? Okay, I'm confused about why we're doing what level? So we're update animation cosmetic on every guy. Why are we in there 5 times? Oh, is this the... Oh, right. So it says update animation cosmetic, but it's not actually... Yeah. Okay. So that's why we're calling this like 5 times in the frame. It's frame 4. And then we go update the orientation for the guy along with everything else in frame 4. And then it's frame 5. So this looks like the right order to me. This looks like the right order. Let's go back and check the other thing too, the movement visuals thing. I want to see all 3 of these in the right order relative to each other. All right, so let's go to frame 6. What's the first thing we see in frame 6? Okay, update animation cosmetic. Oh, this is wrong. This is wrong, guys. Wait, no, it's right. Hold on. So the accumulator is 0. It's going to be 0 actually. 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 visits there. Oh, then, okay, no, this is the wrong order. Because then we're doing this update orientation. Then we're doing adding the theta. So the theta is showing up in the visual orientation too late. Wait, no, this is the, wait, what? This is the wrong function. Hold on. Oh, sorry. Because I got confused. I was expecting to see the move transaction function, but that's not actually happening. Whoops. That's not actually happening because we're not actually transacting right now. So let's disable this. Disable this. I want to get rid of all these other breakpoints just to stop being confusing. So let's get rid of that. So that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. So we just need to set it up so that we're moving a lot. Oh, let's get the focus so that this keyboard spam actually does things. All right. Dude, I feel like I'm playing Quake 1 like actually back in the old days. Okay, so now we enable all these. Okay, so it's frame. Let's go to 1469. Nice. All right. Update animation cosmetic. Do guy controller. Which actually we didn't want this breakpoint here. I think we wanted this, right? Okay, so we're here in 1469, and then we're here. This actually looks correct to me. We could actually use this instead of that outer breakpoint. Okay, 1470. 1470. This is where we take the turning accumulator, which is currently 0, but 1471. 1471, 1471. Are we doing this after we draw somehow? Like maybe we draw and then go here. I don't think so, but this is in simulate still. Okay. Maybe it's in the way the diff is happening in the animation system itself. Maybe. right? Like maybe the way when we delta, because now we've got this situation where it's constant for a long time, then we go to the next frame, right? And then we subtract it off. I'm thinking of simple tests for this. So for example, we could just make it a function of the frame index. Like, that would then determine whether it's inside the animation system or not. Like, okay. Wow, we're doing sub only and we've got 100 people here. Welcome everybody. That's quite nice. Professional streamer who was up late last night playing a video game. Okay. We have our turning accumulator. Let's make sure it at least looks like it's happening in the right order. Amount to turn. If the channel itself controls turning, then we get this from the channel. Otherwise, I don't even know what that's about. I don't want to think about that, but that's clearly not the issue, I don't think, right? So let's make sure on which of these we're hitting, right? So go to animation player and we say, so we want to make sure we're hitting this code and not this code, right? So there we are, there we are, there we are, there we are, there we are. Amount to turn. 0, well, we're probably not moving right now. So let's actually, yeah. Look how messed up that is. Wait, why does it look better when I slow it down more? Oh, maybe that's just the part of the turn that we were in. All right, so we're hitting there, 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 there. Let's see if we ever hit here during this motion. We do. This is maybe when it's messed up. It's doing that for 2 frames. Okay, no, it's not. That's not the reason for it being messed up. But that's a whole extra complication that we're cross-fading between these. Okay, you can clearly see it's messed up after that. Okay, so channel, the channel's turning control theta offset. So let's again make sure that happens in the right order. So there's that. All right. So we're at frame 6578. And then we're here, amount to turn. Right. Let's just, whoops. Conditions. Channel arrow turning control theta offset. So this is actually when we induce turning, right? Shit, let's just do that. Okay. Channel turning control theta offset. This is the amount that goes into that accumulator. And then we want to see, this is 6646. 6646, amount to turn gets the same value. Okay, and then we come down here. Turning accumulator gets the same value. Okay, so that all appears to be happening in the right order. But what about the frickin' thing in the channel, right? This is computed from these things. Are these in the right order? I guess by definition, we're just setting it to be the first sample point. Sub 0, theta relative to start. And that's based on the sample index. So like this looks very believable to me. So the first time we switch to a new frame, right? Like a new sample index. So fraction should be low. Where's fraction come from? Come on, man. Oh wait, we're not even. Why do I not see these variables? God damn it. Okay. So we have a very easy to see bug now. Very, very much more tangible and tractable than what we were doing like for the beginning of the stream, which is just playing around, trying to think about what's going on. Here we have a very clear problem. well, that we see sometimes. There. Very clear problem where for a frame we're drawing the guy at the old angle when he should be at the new angle. Notice he's always behind, right? So I guess a thing we could do is log, right? We could log what's happening, because an off by one, like a log would be spammy if we dump these values every frame, but an off by one would be really obvious, right? So right where we're printing a Q minus 36, we could print the frame index, right? And then use that to go back in the logs. One other thing that it could be is the way that we're subtracting out the root bone motion. Like maybe that's a frame late for some reason. Like I'm just trying to figure out what like, what am I seeing there? What is it that's a frame late? Is it the animation pose? Or is it the angle? I mean, I guess that's what we're trying to determine. Okay, right now we don't even need to log very much. What we log is perhaps turning on the magic lamp would help. It's just the cable was loose. That's what happened. It's happening in different places in the animation. No, it's happening in the same place. It's what's going on is when the animation is controlling turning, this happens. And then when it's not controlling turning anymore, it's clean. Like now. Yeah, so here's the thing is what we do is we log what happens. Three things. We log here's going to start soon. Like, there's a whole other layer of stuff that it could be too, right? It could be maybe the frickin' rendering data is old somehow. Because we use this command buffer system for rendering. who knows what's happening there? Like when we ported stuff over, I mean, I doubt that that's right or that that's wrong, but it could be. Or like the animation data may not be getting uploaded. May not be getting uploaded the right way. Like it might be getting uploaded after it's being used or something. So like we're going to initially log these things, right? We're probably, my suspicion is we'll see that they're happening in the right order. But we'll see. Okay. So here we're going to log. We're going to say log we're going to put the frame index. We're going to put controls turning, amount to turn, okay, and then what did I say? There where we're printing the accumulator, we're just going to show a frame number so that we know what to care about, right? So here, we're just going to say frame whatever, frame index. Okay. That tells us what to go look for in the log when we see it jittering or juddering or schmattering or flibbling. Now, we also want to log here. We're going to say accum the turning accumulator and the theta current after that. And we're also going to do here okay. Let's put our no check-ins on here. That's great. And then in simulate, when we set from axis and angle, update orientation. If it's a guy, we say log orientation whatever, comma, orientation. Okay. Dang it. Is it log print? Oh, no, it's actually right. I got confused. It was just telling me that literally that was the wrong number of arguments. Okay. Now we're gonna get in there. Okay. So we saw some frame numbers, but when we turn back around and we're seeing it. $26.69, nice. $28.29, $29.89, $26.69, $28.29. I've got to write this down. Okay. So we're just going to quit. We're going to go to the log file. Oh, I hope I saved this. Shit, I might not have saved this. All right. No, we did. All right. Shut up, Emacs. Okay. 2669. Okay. Controls turning is true. Amount to turn minus 36 degrees. Okay. I mean, I guess we could have just searched for it, right? And then this is set correctly. We get minus 36. Theta current minus 36. And then Ori, whatever. And the important thing here is that this orientation is different from this one. It's changing on the correct frame, right? It didn't change here. It didn't change here. So this all looks right to me, actually. And if we look at 2829, we again see, so here we have the old orientation. Then we get another almost minus 36 degrees. That adds correctly, and then that's there correctly. Okay, so when we draw, where does it, like, maybe it's screwed up in there. Set default render outputs. This is a thing that I added a while back. So update entity location and colors. Oh shit, output orientation. That's probably maybe the frame rate thing. Let's log here. Log frame index followed by frame index info.ori. Let's see if that's off. Yeah, there's only one guy in the level, and it's this one. It's this guy right here. Okay. We also want to fix, well, the weirdness of starting out there sometimes. 1024. All right. Pull that log. Okay. See this? See that shit right there? This is the orientation we're supposed to have. It's old. And then we update it, or we keep it here, and then it flows through. So that is the step. That is the step that is out of order. Amen. Oh, okay. Very good. Very good. Now, why is out of order? This thing is output orientation. We don't set that in update orientation for some reason. Okay, let's just do a thing here. This is not the right fix. We're just going to verify that this makes the problem go away. Amen and a women. That's right, except we all know there's no women who watch this stream. Or actually, that's not strictly true. There are like a couple. Look how clean that is. Look how clean that is. Look how clean that is. Okay. Why? Where is this supposed to get set? I think I just forgot this. So the whole reason that this is this way is it's this output record that the rendering system can use that is output by the simulator. So like the simulator could happen in another thread, and it just writes this in, and it doesn't depend on the entity data, right? Like it doesn't even really totally have to be that way yet, because we're not hardcore multi-threaded like that. It's just the way that I did it. And this copy in out was like, okay, eventually we'll probably clean this up, right? Why we are not doing this here, I don't actually know. So we're just going to do it here and write a comment. If we keep it so that output orientation is a thing, we will want to clean this all up so it only gets output once, probably. Okay, wait, no, because okay, hold on. It is getting updated. It was just a frame late, right? So who is doing the update currently? And it looks like, do we call this every frame? Set default, I don't think so. We do. Okay. Okay. Your roommate Inexp is a girl and she watches all the time. I don't know what Inexp is, but that's cool. Wait, it's broken. Okay, because I commented it out. That's why. Okay. Oh, Inexp is a Twitch username. I see. I thought it was like in a Kerbal Space Program dormitory or something, right? Like you're living in real life Kerbal Space Program. And you're worried every day about the rocket exploding on top of your dormitory, right? Okay, much cleaner, much better. Probably not the only problem happening, but much cleaner. Okay, so now, wait, why was that looking? Is that okay? That was probably just like it looked jittery to me, but I think that was just an artifact of framiness. Plus the fact that, yeah, I don't know. We've got this weird thing too, where the lerping is not still framed, like the lerping between animations. All right. Anyway, so we're going to go back to animation player, and we're going to just re-disable or re-enable the lerps, and we're just going to see it be beautiful, except we're logging a lot. Okay. So that transition is still fast and weird, right? That's not the problem. That was the problem that I emailed about. We're looking for jittering when turning, and I must say it is way more solid, dude. Look at that. Look at that turn. Look at that turn, dude. It's almost like it was programmed by someone who knows how to program. Almost. Okay. Now the other thing I want to fix, so now I think if I start moving, I'm going to slide backwards or something. No, it didn't do it this time. But definitely there were times, you probably saw it if you were watching, where I start moving and like I slide the wrong way. Maybe because the guy's velocity is not being cleared out. I don't know. Anyway, I want to check this in because this is a good victory. I wasn't sure that we were going to solve anything today, and we have solved a major problem. It's not the only problem by any means, but we improved the animation quality in the frickin' game. I saw a little bit of a jitter there, but that might have been loading a new animation as well. So much better. So much better. Let's get rid of all this logging. And then we'll run it again. This code does not look ECS style. It is not an ECS based engine. It is an E engine. It has entities. It doesn't have components or an entity component system. It just has entities. This engine is sponsored by the letter E. Oh, there's the person in a Kerbal Space Program dormitory. Hello. How's it going? All right, so this is good. We are pretty happy with this. Now, part of the reason this whole thing came up. Okay, we're gonna check it in, and then I want to investigate this thief turning issue, which I think is different. Fix jitter when turning. Indie companies can't afford to license the ECS concept. Hey, wait. I didn't notice our emotes got shorter name codes now. I thought they were still like Naysay 2, which is a lot to type, but they're not now. When did that happen? That's so weird. I didn't even know that happened. That means we're going to have the emote creation stream. I mean, I don't know what you think ECS means or looks like, but I guarantee you this is not ECS. All right. If you mean it's more data oriented because I'm just assigning to values instead of calling getters and setters and update methods, that is true. But that's not what ECS means. TC Tuggers, yeah, I have a list of emotes. TC Tuggers is on there for sure. Game is not done. That would be a good one. Yeah, okay. Well, I don't think we need this note anymore, by the way. So this is good. Let's try getting the thief out and seeing if she is still weird. I feel like that's an animation graph problem. I don't feel like it's an engine problem, but we'll see. Yeah, see how she spins around all wacky like that? Boom, 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 boom. Whoa, what was that? Like, it feels like the frame rate is causing it to overshoot for some reason. Although now it's not happening. We're still at half speed though. Let's just go to full speed and right, that's me holding down the key version. It looks pretty clean, honestly. I feel like the rock tilting is busted. It's supposed to tilt. How come everything is broken? It only seems to happen at full frame rate, or this might be the time to like, I bet it happens for higher DT. So if we add like a developer sleep mode, we could see it happening probably more reliably. It's like something about, it's like maybe something's a frame off there, and like whatever's trying to control it doesn't converge or whatever. Because the game's not done. That is true. The game is not done. Yeah, the hovering is weird. I kind of know why that would be. Yeah. So we're going to put a frame sleep in there. And what section do we want to put it in? Probably just like graphics. Or no, gameplay settings. Yeah. Okay. Frame sleep is 0.0 to some number of seconds. Okay, we'll just do that. Okay, and then in main, we will say at the end here, we have this sleep, else if gameplay settings dot frame sleep Okay. Wonderful. We are messing up our game. We are messing it up. All right, so here we're nice and smooth. Smooth B. And we're going to go here to local.variables. And we're going to say frame sleep 0.2. Ugh. Ugh. Oh, we're so slow. That's maybe a little too much. 0.13. It's almost like we're made in Unity Game Engine now. It is a little too much, honestly, but weirdly, I'm not seeing the problem happen now. I was expecting this to make it happen like crazy, but it totally isn't. If anything, it works better now. Okay. Why would that make it better? Maybe it's when DT is really small. Oh, right, because if the frame rate's high. Maybe when DT is... Are we dividing by DT? Anywhere? Like, okay, what if I crank time rate up? Oh boy. That's too much. Lol. Okay, let's go back to a slower frame sleep. Okay. So this is a weird thing where I'm at 5x speed or 2x speed. The animation looks weird. But with a frame sleep. So like, I don't know what this is doing, honestly. I don't see this happening. But if we get rid of frame sleep, it's just extra sure it's gone. That's so weird. We're going to log again. We're going to log what is happening, and we're just going to draw the frame number every frame, and we're going to eyeball that when it gets weird, and we're going to hope the logging doesn't disturb the time enough, because I just want to know what's happening. And my plan for seeing what's happening, look at that, it's so easy to repro at regular speed. It's not 100%, but there we go again. Let's just see if... I kind of need to record that and slow it down. Let's do that. We're going to record the stream for posterity. It also only really happens going to the right. There we go. So, stop recording. Don't press the stop streaming button. Let's go to videos. I think that's where this goes. Here we are. The stream. There we go. So I want to see, do we know how to frame by frame? This is not frame by frame. Control arrow, Alt arrow. What is this, Windows Media Player? Is that what this calls still? Or is this something else? Windows 10 Video Player Advance by Frame. Oh, is it? It's sometimes it's like period. It's linking me to YouTube videos that I don't want to frickin' watch. I'm trying to press period. That's not working. I don't know. E. It's not E either. All right, let's try VLC. The stream for posterity. It also only really happens going to the right. It doesn't go to the next frame. I'm hitting next frame. It doesn't fucking do it. Why is all software trash? Guys, tell me. I can't go to the next frame. This is exactly what I need to see right here. Enhancements, play speed settings, a panel with some buttons should open. Well, I don't really want to do that right now. I think we have the information that we need, which is that this is definitely flailing back and forth between state pull turn 90 left and right. So let's look at why that happens. Okay. When done, state pull walk. I forget what the star is. But we're not doing it when done, I don't think. Or maybe we are. Let's see how we get into the state. If target angle greater than 30. Let's see what target angle is defined as. It's theta current minus theta target. Or theta target minus theta current, right? Why is get theta target an accessor? Oh, right. Yes. Okay. So it's quite possible that there's two things that could be happening. One, is we just kind of overshoot or undershoot. Like maybe by the time the animation is done, we haven't quite turned all the way, or maybe we've turned a little too far. We could actually run the animation log. It's with G. All right, let's try that. There we go. Okay. In the logs. We pull this one. Animation grab. Okay, so go state pulling. hold on. State pole turn 90 right. This seems like where it starts. Line 267. VLC repeated frame skipping maxing out at 8 has been a bug for 10 or so years. What good is skipping a frame if it doesn't work more than 8 times? That's insane. Welcome to open source software. Like, why is that? Why do they even pretend that's a feature? Like, okay. Okay. So we're definitely flailing in here due to hard to say. Like, we're definitely, like, we're pulling. I guess I'm going to log target angle like every frame. Because I want to know So, you know, when the animations control turning, it's quite possible that it's actually because she turns around to look back. It's quite possible that that's the problem, that like he's actually turning the entity at that time. Let's try to verify that. We're just going to log it every frame. And we should be able to see it waver. Or even like if we just log theta current for the guy. Yeah. Okay, with the thief. Yeah, okay, so let's log back in that code that we were doing here. We're going to log again. And we're going to say all right. Okay. Let's close the video for now. We can come back to that if we want. Okay. We are logging everything. So we're going. That looks good. That wasn't the problem. There we go. And oh, we didn't turn on the log. Gee. There, Shift G. Okay. So, stopped. Okay. So, I mean, where do we even go? That's the going left. Running turn 90 left. Okay, so this is where we start pulling here. Accumulator 8, 65, 63, 78. So we're at 90. So we like way overshoot. So we start at 90, right, which is north. We're targeting 0. So we're going 8, 65. Like, we're not even going the right way. So, like, she's turning in a frickin' circle. Yeah. Because she's turning back to look at the block. And then once that happens, she's totally out of whack. So I'm going to send an email that I think I know what's going on. I'm going to say, thief flailing is maybe an animation issue. BTW, after assigning back that bug, I did fix some jittering when turning problems, so hopefully turning looks cleaner now. Then I looked into the thief problem and added some extra logging besides the regular animation logging. When the thief flails and spins around, it does look like the animation graph keeps switching her between animations like pull, turn 90 right, pull, turn 90 left, etc. And it seems like this problem only ever happens during pull, turn 90 right. Adding some extra logging, I saw that the thief's root bone is spinning quite fast in the wrong direction when she is supposed to be going right. I am guessing this is because of the turn backward to look at the block thing. The problem is you can't do that using the root node in a in an animation that wants to control turning, because the game thinks she is really turned backward at those times. So if another go state pulling message comes in, the rules in thief.animation graph are going to ask what target angle is, and they are going to get values that are super huge. So we need some way of making this not happen. If you have a clear idea about it, great. Otherwise, we probably need to talk about it. C log, and I'll paste the log here. C log below. Note that she is spinning a full 360 left when she is supposed to be doing state. She is supposed to be doing pull turn 90 right. Then another go state pulling comes in, and she is at minus 53 degrees, supposed to be at 0 degrees, which invokes 90 left. This is pretty timing dependent. If she finished the turn, this probably would not happen. Okay, so I'm pasting that. Good. Not my problem anymore until we talk about it again. Is this a Spotify playlist? It is the Twitch soundtrack situation. It just plays things. So one last thing I want to do is figure out why the blocks don't frickin' tilt. Do they tilt when the fighter pushes them? Probably. I feel like I would have noticed that breaking. Nope. I wonder if that's also related to the output orientation thing like we just saw. That, because that worked relatively recently. So first of all, these nudges we should probably move. Oh, not find hefts. Okay. Okay, so did I save that level? So it's like not doing the orientation part again, which makes me think, oh, did I not run it from the debugger? Let's do that. Save us from having to attach. All right, so apply nudge. Really? What? Oh, these are hefts, not nudges. Lol. So we get this orientation here, right? This heft has a turn, which is, it's a quaternion that we multiply to like rotate the thing a little bit. So we have this Ori and the blind forest here. And then we set the output orientation. Do we step on that? Dang it. Yes, okay. This thing that I did for the characters broke this. Because we're like outputting the orientation and then we're stomping it. So, dang it. I broke this today. It was working. Sometimes you fix things and then your fixes need fixes. Oh, this is also a frame late there. Okay, let's See, all this is going to be messed up. It's like I think we just need to move this loop. Fudge. This isn't easy to think about. Because we don't want to necessarily change the direction that these things combine in. If we refactor them around, that's not good. Put that there first, because we already had a weird bug where rocks wouldn't do it except a frame late. And then what? Now the problem is we're stomping on this previous stuff that we did. Let's just factor this stuff out. Okay. This is a little bit cleaner probably anyway. And then we can go, DT. Right, and so for Lily, we could do this, right? No, we don't need to do that. like, this is more obnoxious because we don't know what kind of thing it is. Okay. So here, again, we're going to go do procedural animation for this. And then we're just going to see if this is factored together. Okay. So many windows. Let's close them. Failed to set the icon because we're running. Very chill stream. I'm enjoying it, actually. It's, I mean, it's nice. I like doing this once in a while. Does anyone have any questions about what we're doing? So this is not fixed yet, by the way. But if I go to skipping stones, then probably the lilies should animate. Yeah. See that? Okay. So that probably had been broken. So let's just do the same thing with the rocks and everything else. Whoops. We go do procedural animation for a rock. Use a rock. Also, though, rock is a rock. Lol. I'll leave that. Tilts. Eureka. No questions, I guess. Nobody ever has questions. It's fine. They just never know how to do anything. It's fine. Nobody really wants to know about video games. Okay, let's see if any other entities need that factor treatment. String P nil. Thanks, Emacs. What is wrong with this program? It gets confused by comments containing code for some reason. This isn't a music stream. What do you mean by music stream? What is your definition of a music stream? How do you arrange your program in a way that allows you to access all kind of variables from wherever you want? I don't understand the question. What is the problem? What do you think prevents you from accessing variables from wherever you want? Like, I guess you mean you're trying not to have globals or something, but like by default, if you declare global variables in C, you can access them from wherever you want. I mean, you have to extern them so you can see them, right? So like, I just need more context on what you're saying the problem is. This is new code that someone put in to interpolate between cameras. I'm just curious about this now. No, you don't want that there. Looks like you're doing this from Simulate, which is not the best place to do it because this will result in a frame of lag that we would rather not have. Also, it's a bit too spread out. This should be done along with the stuff in camera, probably, and called from the end of that after the camera is done being set up. You want to interpolate camera parameters after we set the camera for the given frame, which happens after simulate. It makes the code. Let me just make sure, right? So in camera, update game camera. So, right. So makes camera related code a bit too spread out. So also, where was this? Also, the not supporting multiple cameras per level yet comment in simulate is not true. In non-multi-screen levels, we already have a concept of two cameras that get interpolated between when you press tab. We probably want this new parameter interpolation to apply to those two, as discussed in the emails. This is the second part of interpolate camera for zoom that calls get alternate camera control. Being based on the result. Okay. Okay. So that was fine. A lot of lerping. That is true. It is. Confusion comes in part from how Handmade Hero doesn't use globals. Yeah, I don't really know what Casey does. I haven't paid that much attention. Like, okay, so to be clear, globals are a bad idea if you're making a threaded program, right? Like, well, no, they're not a bad idea. It's just you don't want to default to globals. You only want globals when you know that they're going to work well in a threaded way. Somebody was asking in Handmade Network about how whenever Casey needs some data, it is seemingly always available to be passed in. I kind of can't comment on that because I don't really know what his style looks like in Handmade Hero, so there's not a lot I can say. Yeah, definitely both Casey and I and our friends all have had experiences where we tried to work in systems that were way too had a very strong opinion about how data should be stored and who should and shouldn't be able to see it, and then that opinion ended up being wrong, and it causes a lot of problems, right? This is a very common thing, and so it's probably just he's got his own personal style of how he does things that is informed by all the times he's been burned by that, right? I have a similar thing, but mine is probably different from Casey's as well. You end up passing things around a lot or end up putting everything in your game state and pass that around. But I seem to be able to access everything I want easily. So in this game, there are a couple of relatively centralized structures. So this entity manager that you see is kind of like the game state object that you're talking about. Like, I don't know, like what specific thing have I been messing with that looked very easy to you that you don't think would have been as available? Because having concrete examples, I think, would help. Like, what's wrong with having a game state object? I mean, I wouldn't be very object oriented about that, but something that stores game state is just a thing that's good to have, right? Okay. So I guess I just wanted to see Okay. I'm fine with this for now. Oh, I need to write a comment. All right. Fix the rock pushing stuff I had broken. I think that's maybe it for the programming portion of the stream. We fixed some things. It was good. More in a position where you don't know what's correct or incorrect. Well, what I would say, okay. like, so the entity manager that you see here, it has a lot of stuff on it, but that stuff is organized in a reasonable way, right? So it's got, for example, the proximity grid, which is how we do collision queries. That's like a separate data structure, but you get to it on there because we know that everybody wants to get to it, right? It's got arrays of entities for all the different entity types, right? It's got the list of entities waiting to be cleaned up because they were destroyed. It's got arrays of like who moved this turn. I mean, we could go look at some of the other things it has. You know, like what's the next serial number if we allocate entities? It's got a hash table mapping entities to IDs. It's got camera information. It's got, you know, these data structures about like entities that are being perturbed in small ways. Stuff that we use to do gameplay evaluation. This is the moves that the player is doing, right? Particle stuff, timers, like that's just what games are, right? So like the things that should be stored on this struct are everything that you need to determine the state of gameplay, right? Which is a lot. That's just what a video game is. So if you're listening to people who say you shouldn't put a lot of state in one place because that's bad, those people probably aren't very good programmers and or haven't ever done anything this complex, right? Because the relevant state to put together is all the state that is relevant to what is happening in the game, right? Now, there is still a reasonable degree of abstraction here, right? So it's like entity move record. What's that? Well, it's a different thing, right? It's not like we just have a bunch of spam here. It's like it's organized, right? I mentioned, so wall data for the level. Well, that's its own struct. It's organized, but you get to it here, right? You know, the same with the proximity grid, light probe field, whatever. So all of these things, another way to put it is, let's say, so in this game, for example, you've seen, we have the gameplay state, right, that you see when you walk around. And then we have, so I can play, and then we have an in-game editor, right? And the in-game editor can load the same level, but it's in a different state. And in fact, we could load that level twice and change a bunch of things, right? And then, so that's one, that's another, and that's another. So we've got this same level loaded 3 times right now. What does that mean? Well, it's 3 different entity managers with everything in them that you need to do any of these 3 versions of the level, all in separate copies, okay? So like, that's how you know what should go there, is like, if it would break the game if we didn't have a separate copy of the information to do stuff like this with, then it should go there. And we should, you know how to make a separate copy, right? And that's like reality-based design of your system that's not based on weird dogma, right? Like, it's likely that you've read some large degree of weird dogma, because that's just what happens on the internet or in educational institutions when you try to learn how to program. And some of that might be reality-based, but probably a lot of it isn't. So you just need to be reality-based. If that makes sense. And then part of it is also you get used to how you like to do things, and then you just know, right? Like, oh, I know where to get that data because I just know. Yeah, I mean, really, this is just something that you get used to the more that you do, right? Like, Casey just knows how he likes to program now. And I know how I like to program, and those two things are different a little bit. They've got commonalities and they've got differences, and we just both know what works for us, but also what we enjoy, right? So taking notes. I'm given a short speech next week that's probably about 20 minutes or something. And I remembered a little bit that I wanted to write down about that. I mean, also, it's obvious, but I'm programming in a different language from Casey too, so, you know, that's going to make things a little different. Why is it always impossible to find a pair of scissors no matter how many you have? It's impossible. rip. No scissors. All right, well, I think I'm going to sign off. I'm going to get some sleep tonight instead of gaming until 3 a.m. And have a Sunday tomorrow. Tomorrow's Sunday, right? Thanks for coming by. We did 3 things at least successfully, right? We debugged jittery turning animations in the game. That was good. We then diagnosed a problem with what's going on with the thief pulling things. That was good. And then, well, I guess it's not exactly a third thing because it's like I broke this other thing. Oh, no, because yeah, well, we as a result of having broken another thing, we refactored a little bit of the procedural animation stuff to just be a little more centralized, and that was good. And there we go. It's just a little bit of extra stuff for a Saturday. All right, thanks everybody, and thanks for coming to our mellow, chill, sub-only stream. Again, I'm going to want to do these once in a while. Not every day, not every stream, but some streams. It's a nicer mood. So thanks a lot, and I'll see you later.